Hello and welcome to the 2025 APU Powerlifting Championships in very cloudy Edmonton, Alberta. I am Adam Maneri and I am joined in this session by...
Here today with Danielle Clavel. I am excited to be one of the commentators today and watch some of the epic battles go down here in Edmonton.
Yeah, we are having a little bit of a technical issue, not on our end, but at the meet itself. We're going to be starting with Platform 2, but it looks like Platform 1 might be just ever so slightly delayed. So we'll keep you updated on that. But at the very least, we should be starting with Platform 2 action in about 30 seconds. Before we get there, there's just a quick message from one of our meet directors.
Welcome to day one of the 2025 APU Provincials. Thank you to all of our volunteers and sponsors that have made this happen, and we have a great weekend lined up for you, so stay tuned to watch some amazing lifts.
Cool. All right, again, we are here at the 2025 APU Powerlifting Championships. The flights are set to begin right now, but we're still just looking for a couple updates. Looks like there was a mix-up with the weigh-in cards and attempt selections on Platform 1, so we might be starting with the second platform initially, but we'll keep you updated as we go.
It's not a real powerlifting meet if something doesn't go wrong, so it looks like we're a little bit delayed here as well. Oh, yeah.
And even on Platform 2, it looks like not all of the names are properly loaded.
It looks like they're going to cards, so the system must be down over there.
Okay.
The refs have cards in their hands.
Yeah, so again, this is kind of an update as we go kind of situation. Not entirely sure if we'll be starting right away or if there will be another delay. But what we can do right now is talk about one of the matchups that we are going to be following today. So we have three lifters here that are all very, very close coming in to this meet. Danny, what do you think we should be looking for in this matchup?
So I think there's some standout items here. Ethan and Nick, it appears, both have world level experience. So they've been on that international stage, so they know what it's like to really push under pressure. Nick also recently bulked up from 74 to 83, so I feel like he's still really growing into that weight class.
Yeah, 100%. It will be interesting to see if experience pays dividends here. Justin is a little bit less experienced, but what is also interesting to me is how close the three of them have their deadlifts. Normally, when we're comparing three lifters, someone has a very strong squat, a very strong bench, and then there's a deadlift specialist. But these three guys pull almost the same weight, which will make these attempts, particularly the third, super, super interesting.
Yeah, and I mean, when it's tight like this, you miss a lift and you're missing kilos on what might have been the win. So I think at the end of the day, it's going to be who can make the most amount of lifts here.
Yeah.
Or just pull for what they need to make up.
Yeah. It'll be interesting. I think what normally happens in these situations is someone sets the standard and then ends up pushing the others maybe a little bit past what they can pull. But attempt selection, coaching, the handler here is going to have a lot of math, a lot of work cut out for them.
And interestingly enough, too, even though Justin doesn't have as much experience, he does come in with the higher nominated total today.
And as a lifter, maybe with less experience, there might be more room for growth. I just recently saw him at a local meet, performed very, very well. So there is no telling kind of what these three lifters are capable of today. Just as we are waiting for an update, there is an instructional video on squats that was put together by Clean Strength Media. If the session begins before the demonstration finishes, I apologize, but this will provide some good insight to those of you watching from home.
In order for an attempt to be deemed successful, or in the powerlifting space, we would call this a good lift, we need to receive at least 2 of 3 white lights. If you get 3 white lights, good lift. 2 white lights, good lift. Only 1 white light and 2 reds, it's a no lift. Now, if you receive a red light, this will be accompanied by a secondary color-coded lighting system. This can be a red, yellow, or blue light. This secondary color-coded system will explain the reason you received the fault. If you want a full breakdown on what this secondary color-coded lighting system means, please see the IPF technical rulebook.
So there are 2 commands for squats: initiation, squat, and rack.
Before going out to the platform, make sure that your sleeves are completely rolled up, that your socks or singlet aren't touching your sleeves, and that if you are going to use wrist wraps, you cannot have the thumb loop on at all during. When you go out to the platform, the only thing that you can adjust in terms of your costume is going to be your belt. Anything else that needs to be adjusted, you will need to leave the platform to make that adjustment.
The lifter must face the front of the platform. After the lifter removes the bar from the rack, they must move backwards and establish your starting position.
When the lifter is motionless and upright with some deviation.
All right, that's a good lift for Kai. Now, if you're at home watching, you might be noticing that the lifting cast is not currently updating, which is why we're a little bit behind. I'm assuming we will get it up shortly here, but as of right now, you'll just be following from the live stream itself. Do we want the announcer to come stand over here so we can read off the card? She's right there. She's open. At the very least, I want to write something. I mean, so does this guy. We're about to head down to Atlanta for yeah. So we just finished with a good lift on platform 2. Unfortunately, with all of the screens and lifting cast down at this time, we won't be able to call out everybody's names, but we'll do our best to communicate if it's a good lift or not. Now, platform 1 is set to start in 3 minutes and 12 seconds.
Thanks, Danny, for kind of holding down the fort here. Again, hopefully those technical issues in-house are resolved here shortly. In the meantime, we've got a lifter here. Looks like around 160 kilos that he's got loaded on the bar. Looks like a good lift for our lifter on platform 2. As Danny mentioned, platform 1, the system does seem to be working, and that'll be starting in about 2 minutes there. So we'll be able to provide a little bit more detail about athlete names and attempts. On the second platform, we can only see what you can see at the moment, so we'll continue to do our best and keep you updated. Looks like we got 165 loaded on the bar. Thankfully, I've done a lot of quick kilo math in my day.
That's what the whole weekend's about. It's a great looking opener.
Yeah, very fast. Danny, I guess what we can talk about while we're waiting for everything to load, you're a lifter with a lot of experience and you're an experienced coach as well. What do you tend to tell your athletes about attempt selection, particularly that first squat?
For most people, I am going to tell them that the opening squat should be something that they could hit on any type of day. I think sometimes when you have a lot of nerves, you might not sleep very well, maybe you cut a little bit too much weight, or maybe you just can't really handle the nerves on that first squat. That way it's light, you know, it's something that you can do no matter what, and it just gets you in the game, helps you shake off those nerves. Typically some are about 90-92% of your max or what you're hoping to hit on that day.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I know as a lifter, the first squat is always the one that brings the most anxiety.
Oh,
But
absolutely.
once you get that lift out of the way, everything seems to flow. So yeah, picking a weight that you're confident with and can build that confidence moving forward with is super key. And that looks like a good lift on platform 2 as well. We've got Brian just having a good time there on platform 1, waiting for that session to start. There's a tight shot on Brian. Oh, he's camera shy.
I did love the media package you guys offered for the bomb outs.
Yeah, yeah. Brian has been known to bomb out. So it makes sense to have a package named after
Just
him.
in case.
Got another lifter on platform 2 here. 180 kilos loaded on the bar. Yeah, looked like he cut depth a little bit. Danny, when you're reffing, what do you look for when it comes to squat depth?
Squat depth can be tricky depending on just kind of like the length of your femur sometimes and how you sit back into the squat. But what you're looking for is that the hip crease reaches below the top of the knee.
Yeah, you're totally right. Depending on the kind of morphology of a lifter, some can be hitting depth and it looks a little bit high, and some can not be hitting depth, but they look okay. It really does depend. smooth.
Beautiful
Lift
opener.
there. All right, we are moving now. Platform 1. Looks like it's Brendan. Great opener there. Member of the University of Alberta Powerlifting Association. That was my first club when I started lifting over a decade ago, which is crazy to say out loud.
Yeah, I hit the decade mark next year, so
Yeah,
excited.
it's a grind. I've taken a bit of a step back from competing after a decade straight, kind of waiting for the Masters 1 comeback, but that was a red light for Brendan on platform 1, unless there was an error inputting. Great opener from Tegan.
And a good opener for Nam.
Again, like we talked about, first squat attempt, super important. Gain that confidence, smoke that weight, set yourself up for a 9 for 9 kind of meet. Bars loaded on both. Cool. Got a crowd favorite about to approach the barbell on platform 2. There he is. Big cheers in the crowd. Just an update for those of you on the live stream. Looks like the lifter data for platform 2 still isn't loading on our end. I imagine that the team behind the scenes had to create a new session. I'm guessing that is what happened. And so we are currently pulling from old data, so I apologize for that. But we do have accurate data rolling for platform number 1.
So we have 200 kilos loaded for Kobe here on platform 2.
A little bit of a pause on the walkout, but gets it settled. And looks good on platform 1.
Now, he had to
No.
replace the bar because his knees weren't fully locked out on platform 1. And because he hadn't actually gotten the start command yet, it doesn't count as starting the lift.
Yeah, and that was called back by our head ref there, Shane Martin. We've been hearing a lot about smart lifts this weekend already. He's got quite a few lifters competing. But he still gets it, even after having to re-rack the weight. Looks like the platform manager on platform 2 was just competing in the first session. That is a good APU member.
Yeah, big shout out to the volunteers today. It's definitely not easy when there's a technical difficulty like that right at the start of the session. So it's really all come together pretty much on time. So it's good to see. And that's a good lift for Nathan on platform 1. Now, platform 2 appears to be timing out. Not sure if there is a miscommunication and maybe they don't know that they're up. So platform 2 has timed out. You have 1 minute to complete the lift. And unfortunately, they ran the clock down there.
And just an update on the back end. Looks like lifting cast is working as we want it to. So all of the information that you're seeing now on your stream is current, it is up to date, and it is accurate. Fingers crossed that there are no more technical difficulties from lifting cast or any part of this meet. Weird.
It's not showing up on my end.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
two red lights on platform 1. Didn't see it, but some red cards, likely depth. Nam has some fans in the chat, so best of luck.
Let's go, Zedin!
And that's a good lift on platform 1 for Zenon.
Let's see if we can have the same result on platform 2. A little bit slow for an opener, but still moved with some room left in the tank. While we have a moment, just a quick shout out to some of our live stream sponsors, Taylor Nutrition. Unlock your peak performance with a personalized sports nutrition session designed for powerlifters. We'll assess your goals, training, diet, and recovery to create a targeted fueling plan, complete with supplement guidance, custom meal planning, and athlete-friendly recipes. Taylor Nutrition.
All right, so platform 1 only has 12 seconds left on the clock here. He gets the squat command. Fantastic. Ooh.
Yeah.
Very nice looking squat.
Everyone has a different style when it comes to the squat. That lifter is fairly controlled and then dives a little bit into the bottom position, but it seemed to work for him.
Yeah, the equipped lifter in me wants to be like, you want to try some reps, y'all?
Yeah. We've only had one equipped lifter so far today. We do have a few over the course of the weekend, but definitely a provincial championship that is led by the raw lifters. Maxon on platform 1 with a rack height that is taller than most of the crew on the platform.
Now, it looks as though the lifter is saying, this is not my rack height. And because it was submitted that way, he has to keep letting the clock run.
There is an opportunity to change it after this attempt, but the clock had started, so he still has 15 seconds to get that command, and he does. Two reds on that, so he'll come back with hopefully an adjusted rack height and be able to crush that on the second.
Now, platform 2, we have Carlos here for 160.
smooth walkout. And he's wearing those
Little
injured
bit
knee
high there.
sleeves, yeah, that were temporarily banned from competition, but are good to go as of right now, I believe.
Yeah, they're no longer banned. I think they're reviewing it after 2026 now.
They are pretty nice. I don't know. I mean, Danny, you compete both raw and equip, so you're used to the pain of knee wraps. But they're pretty tight as far
Oh,
as
definitely.
classic knee sleeves go.
And that's a good lift for Luca on platform 1.
And as you're following along on the stream, you can see our lifters' personal bests populate the screen as they come up on each of their attempts. So you can see how close they are to their personal bests, or maybe if they're already setting new ones. Got 2 lifters squatting now. Almost in sync there.
White lights on both.
So you can also see in our ticker on the bottom of the screen there, a lot of provincial records were set in our first session, and also a couple of battles to keep an eye out for. We have those 83 kilogram juniors. We also have some 93 kilogram juniors that should be some tight matchups.
Wow. That was a very fast squat. Now, it looks like the refs are saying that was a little bit high. He got a red light from both sides here.
Yeah, it definitely wasn't miles high, but those side referees have a little bit better of a vantage point than we do. But considering how he moved that weight, he'll definitely be able to hit it on his second. If you're coaching him and it moved that fast, would you still keep the same weight, Danny, or would you advise them to maybe bump it up?
Well, since it's first attempts, I would typically make them repeat the opener unless we were really vying for position and we needed like the 2.5, the 5. It's just, you know, situational. But in this situation, I would probably just keep the opener.
Yeah, no, I agree, unless you're really battling on a national or international level where
Exactly.
every single kilogram counts, it's generally safe to repeat that weight.
Now here, you might be just really trying to get your qualifying total, and bombing on a lift means that you don't get that qualifying total. So maybe you do want to be a little bit safer here where there's not a huge title behind the win.
We saw just one lifter fail to register a total in the first session. Fingers crossed that every lifter here is able to register a total.
Yeah, and for those that are unaware, if you miss all 3 lifts in one of the disciplines, that counts as being disqualified total, also known as a bomb out.
Got 2 lifters approaching the bar at the same time here. Brendan and Alexander. Good lift for both lifters. Looks like we've got a couple inside jokes in the chat. I guess that guy Luca has a nice Lambo. Bars are loaded on both platforms. So it looks like the lifter on platform 2 missed his opener. So this lift will be very important.
There we go. And you can see how much harder that little bit of extra depth there made the lift. So that's a good lift for Oso.
Still got one red on the side, so not convincing. I think it might be Connor Lutz there.
Now, sometimes just depending on maybe an injury or just your morphology, you might just have one side that looks a little bit higher.
Yeah, I know that oftentimes we see that come up on bench press as well, where folks can't lock their elbows. They are able to pass that information along ahead of time, but that is something that has come up in competition before, for sure. Talking about depth, though.
Yeah, that was a beautifully executed and very deep squat for Alexander Dundas. He got a yellow card there.
Yeah, I didn't see what.
The only thing I might think of there is the elbow on the knee,
Mm,
which you don't see called very often,
No.
but he was kind of flattened out in that position. So
yeah, when
that or maybe rushing the command.
yeah, when you're that deep, I guess that can happen. But you're right, that's not something that we commonly see. Got Tegan on platform 1, member of the University of Alberta Powerlifting Association. Should feel right at home here in Edmonton.
Wow. And a beautifully executed second attempt by Nam, 195 kilos, representing King's Fitness. That's a good lift.
And I know Nam has some fans in the chat, so congrats on that great lift. I love King's Fitness, used to train there until I took a semi-unofficial retirement from the sport, but a wonderful place to train if you're ever in Calgary.
Yeah, I also part-time trained there, and when my back was broken, it was absolutely phenomenal because of all the equipment they have. Loadable back extension, my fave.
Yeah, that's what happens when your owner is both
An
a
elite
world-level
bodybuilder.
bodybuilder and also a competitive powerlifter, so best of both worlds.
All right, we got Sam here on platform 1, representing Calgary Barbell. And we have Quirk here on platform 2, representing MDL. Beautiful grind there by Quirk. And white lights for both.
Awesome, great lifts across the board. We've got quite a few official clubs operating in the province now. There were many years where the club competition at provincials was just won by one club over and over again, or maybe 2 or 3 were competing, but we have quite a few who could potentially take home the club championship this year. Got some intensity on platform 1 there. Core Powerlifting, another club. Very popular with our sub-junior and our junior lifters. Platform 1 there, you might have seen him shake his head. I think in his situation, that was because he thought it was too easy. But platform 2, not too easy. Nathan's getting under the bar on platform 1. 500-pound squat. Nice squat as a junior. Oh. And we see our platform crew on platform 2 using all of their body weight to get that weight up.
That's a good lift for Nathan on platform 1.
Shitty loaded on platform 2. We're actually matching squats on the platforms right now, 232.5 loaded on both.
Beautiful.
Lifters taking their time, making sure that they're ready to get under the bar. Danny, what's your approach to squats? Are you someone who takes their time? Or are you someone who just likes to get under the bar and walk it out? How do you kind of approach squats?
I really do believe that good technique comes from a good setup. So I like to take my time setting the lats, just setting the shelf to support the squat. And I think that just creates a lot more consistency in the results of your squat.
Yeah, I love it.
What about you?
Yeah, I'm a very stoic lifter. I walk out pretty slowly, get under the bar pretty slowly, but I just like to, as you mentioned, make sure that I'm in position and not too hyped to the point that I might forget how to lift, which we do see every so often.
When adrenaline's coursing through your body, you got to really learn how to focus.
Theodore looks like he's a high bar squatter.
Now we've had a couple of big misses here on platform 1 and 2. Just a little bit too much. So they'll have to come back out on their second or on their thirds and reattempt those.
Yeah, you like to see at a minimum hitting those first 2 attempts and saving that third for maybe pushing the limit. But again, we've all had those meets where we haven't gone 8 for 9 or 9 for 9. It does happen. Zenon under the bar on platform 1 from Team North Rise. Good lift. Got some shout outs in the chat for Luke, Toby, and Alex. 2 shout outs from Peanut Butter Girly. Love the username there. Bars loaded on both platforms.
Good. Now Malik missed his opener, so he needed that second, and he did go up that 5 kilos, so maybe he's vying for a qualifying total or some positioning today. Yeah, he knew he had it, though.
The strength is definitely there. That certainly wasn't the issue, but good to see him get it on the second. Good lift for Carlos. So shout out to some of those provincial record setters in our first session. Chantel, Cassandra, Henriette, Mike, Adam, and Jeff. All set provincial records in that first session. Apologies if we missed any of you.
All right, we have Luca here on platform 1. 240 kilos. Nice grind there. Almost lost balance at the top, but he really managed to stay with it. 3 white lights.
Good lift. And we have Justin on platform 2. He took a moment to kind of settle his nerve before approaching the bar and has a nice smooth walkout, a little movement there.
Oh my goodness.
Wow. 2 white lights. Good lift.
Now,
Wow.
Maxon also missed his opener, and it looks like he missed his second as well here. 3 reds on depth. So he took the gutsy move of going up quite a bit on his second after missing his first, and now he'll really have to sink his third to get on the board here and qualify a total today.
Yeah, he opened at 225, missed on depth, went up to 240, missed again. We'll see if he jumps up to 255 and hits it. You never know.
Now, in this situation, I would definitely repeat, but we'll see what they do here.
Platform 2, we've got Alexander getting under the bar, 190 kilos. Not quite there. Luke on platform 1. Strong junior lifter. Another King's Fitness member, and he's got a fan in the chat as well.
All right, we have Albert Lee here on platform 2 and Brendan on platform 1.
Bit too much for Albert, but Brendan, great squat.
Now, these spotters and loaders on platform 1 have their work cut out for them today. I think everybody is like 6 foot plus on this platform. That is a long reach to be lifting those plates and spotting.
Thankfully, I think we have Brian as the back spotter there. That definitely helps, but yeah, we've got some tall lifters on platform 1. Got Tegan on 1. Also, bar is loaded for him on 2. He missed his opener, but came back on that second attempt.
And that's a good lift for Tegan. So a 200 kilos here. Not quite today.
That was shaping up to be the grind of the meet, but not quite there. And again, Luke is getting all the love from Sandy in the chat. Way to go, Luke. Whoop, whoop. Oh, some intensity from Sam on platform 1. Danny, are you a vocal lifter, or are you pretty quiet on the platform?
Oh, I like to yell. So yeah, squats are definitely somewhere where I need to be pretty high intensity, but everything else, I would say I'm pretty chill.
Interesting.
Need a little war cry for those heavy thirds, you know?
No, I totally
Please don't crush me.
I totally understand. I've never I've never been that lifter, but I think there 100% is a time and a place. I know that's something that your colleague at Calgary Barbell talks about a lot, is kind of choosing when and where to have that kind of energy and emotion.
Absolutely. And I think there is an element, like a psychological element of overcoming fear. And sometimes, you just yell at the weight. Can't do you any wrong, right?
100%. Kevin, looked like that one was a little bit high.
Now, sometimes as the weight gets a little bit heavier, we do get a little bit fearful of being in the bottom position, and we might cut it a little bit high. And I think that's kind of what we saw here today. Looks like he had the power and the strength through the top end, but just needed a little bit more depth there.
Yeah, and the irony is, at least something that I've noticed with myself, is I tend to be stronger coming out of the hole if I do hit depth. But you're right,
absolutely.
the psychological element leads you to cut it high a little bit of the time when you're nervous.
Very nice. So Theodore missed that on his second, came out and got it on his third, which takes guts to do. So good job, Theodore.
Yeah, and he squats in a little bit of a higher bar position versus some other athletes here. Most powerlifters squat with the bar quite low on their back, but there isn't one right way to do it.
Yeah, and high bar is just a little bit less, a little bit less forgiving if there's any deviation in your technique on a heavy load. It's very easy to be pulled forward or backward in that position compared to the low bar.
Yeah, low bar, you can kind of get away with letting the back take over a little bit.
Getting a little flattened. So really fast squat there for Amio, and he gets 3 white lights.
Well done. Not sure if our lifter on platform 2 is timing out here on his third, or he's going to be rushing for a squat command, but it looks like they're probably timing out.
Now, we've had a few timeouts on this platform today, so you don't see that too often.
Nathan on platform 1. Squatting over 500 pounds.
Really good patience there from Nathan, and he's rewarded with 3 white lights.
Yeah, great lift. Stuck with it the whole time. Maxon. And Kobe. Looks like Kobe missed a second. And Maxon.
So Maxon needs this to stay in the competition today, to register a total.
The strength is there, but he's been called on depth, so let's see if he can sink it just a little bit deeper.
And an excellent grind from both platforms here.
Yeah, I think you probably caught that on our ambient mic there. The crowd was erupting on both platforms.
Now, unfortunately, Maxon did not get that last lift there, so it looks as though he won't be registering a total. Unfortunately, there is no jury today to contest that. He did get 1 white light this time.
Yeah, to contest a lift, you need at least 1 white light. You can't contest a lift that has 3 reds, but it looks like he's unfortunately not going to be registering a total. Alexander, platform 1.
Wow. And a good lift for Alexander. Now we have 232.5 loaded for Chitty on platform 2.
He's getting hyped, missed that on his second, let out a little cry as he entered the platform. He really wants this attempt.
Unfortunately, that's going to be a no lift for Chitty today. Just a little bit too much on the day.
And no lift as well on platform 1. We're seeing more no lifts than I would like to see this early in the meet. But, you know, nerves, a lot of folks, this is maybe their first provincials. So it definitely makes sense.
Yeah, and Luca kind of walked off with a little bit of a limp there, and he kind of said no before he even got to the hole there. So I'm wondering if maybe he felt something a little off, maybe like a small injury.
And we're moving on to the second flight, looks like, on platform 2. Platform 1 still finishing up their third attempt. Whew.
And that's a good lift for Zenon. He's had a really great session of squats today.
Yeah, another tall lifter, a long way to travel for Denon. The no lift looks like depth on platform 2. Not what you want on an opener. Peanut Butter Girly is crushing it in the chat. Kobe and Alex cheering on everyone.
Now we have the bar loaded at 260 kilos on platform 1 for Malik, and we have 185 kilos on platform 2 for Jacob. Oh, really nice squat there by Malik. And he gets free white lights.
Two white lights for our lifter on platform 2. Still a good lift. Some big squats on platform 1, third attempts. You can see when the weight is over 225 kilos, generally, we have the full platform crew hop on to help spot the lift, 2 on a side, and the back spotter as well.
Oh, beautiful grind there by Luke. And 3 white lights.
And he's happy about that one, as he should be.
Jesse on platform 2 starts with a good lift.
Carter getting under squat on platform 1, 175 kilos.
And we have Jonah on platform 2, 205 kilos. Lift is good on platform 1. And lift is good on platform 2 as well.
Got Marcus on platform 1, another University of Alberta powerlifting member.
And we got 205 kilos here on platform 2, loaded for Owen Wilson.
So I'm just looking through our live score sheet for the 83 kilo juniors. Doesn't look like Justin Flores is actually lifting in this flight, so I'm not sure what happened there, if he missed weight or has pulled from the meet, but it might be a 2-horse race in that matchup that we were looking at.
Our underdog story, though.
I know. The whole narrative is over. Just have 2 juniors who have both competed for Team Canada. That's not very fun.
Well, I believe this is Ethan's first year as a junior, actually. So he was at Worlds as a sub-junior in Malta last year.
Okay, so that's the narrative that we're going with. The new kid in the junior category.
New kid on the block.
4 years of junior lifting.
Now that was a deep squat for Isaac. He was taking no chances there. 3 white lights.
But speaking of that now 2-way matchup, we've got Nick and then Ethan, and they're both opening with the same attempt on squat. And just having a quick look at their first attempts that they've put in, looks like Ethan is ahead by about 20 kilograms based on first attempts. So Nick will need to put together a pretty strong meet here.
Yeah, and Ethan's also going to have the upper hand through squats. He's going to be able to basically match whatever he needs since he's following Nick. I believe he's also the lighter lifter as well at 78.25 kilos.
He's got all the cards to play.
Yeah, he also has the lot number advantage as well.
Yeah, so lot number, for those of you who are unfamiliar, basically determines a couple things. Determines the order that you go if you're both submitting the same lift. So if you have the lower lot number, you have to lift first, but you also get to weigh in first. So there's an advantage to having a high number or a low number.
Now, Nick had a good lift on platform 2, 1 red light from the side on depth, and we have Ethan coming out for the same weight as well.
And he's got a bit of a group in the crowd cheering him on, and some folks at home demanding that we show them Ethan Thomas. Well, here he is.
And that's a nice looking squat on platform 1 for Joey. 3 white lights.
And Ethan, a little bit rushed into the hole, but absolutely powered that up. Got Thomas on platform 1.
Now, we do have Marcus Budden here at 6:05.
So do we have someone else?
We
who
have
might
a new Justin Flores.
replace Justin Flores. All right, we are back to our 3-way matchup. We'll need to figure out, hopefully Justin isn't injured. Hopefully he just decided to maybe
Isaac
oh,
Church is also at 600. So, you know, depending how deadlifts go, we could rally a little bit.
you never know. We'll create the narrative.
That's a good lift for Thomas on platform 1. We have Terrell on platform 2, 220 kilos. Very fast opener. Blink and you miss it. 3 white lights.
Terrell the 4th. I love that lineage. The 4th in the line. Amazing. Got Shad on platform 1. Bar is loaded also for Marcus on platform 2. Marcus getting under the bar there on platform 2. Nice steady walkout. I don't know, Danny, if you saw that. Some yellow cards there, getting an instruction from the referee.
I would assume commands. It was 3 yellows.
You would think so.
Now, that is one of our contenders today, provided he gets on the board, but he has 1 meet registered, and it was a novice meet. So very cool
Wow.
to see that much depth so early on in your powerlifting career.
Yeah, no kidding. And again, with only 1 meet, you never really know what they're capable of doing on the platform. Abdul on platform 1, opening with 265.
Wow. And 187.5 loaded on platform 2 for Kieran.
Abdul will be getting close to 300 on a nice day. Kieran, the good opener as well. Or a good second, sorry. Oh.
So unfortunately, Azim came up so fast from that 265 kilo squat that he actually stepped back a little bit. So he just needs to keep his balance on his second attempt and get in the competition.
That
was
tough.
fast.
Well, we haven't talked about this matchup explicitly. You can see it on the ticker there, scrolling at the bottom. Abdul and Lem are kind of our 2 top 93s, both with very, very strong squats. Even though Abdul got red lights there, the strength and the power was present.
Now Abdul is taking that gutsy move, and he's going up 15 kilos after missing his opener. So we'll see how it pans out in that battle there.
Yeah, like you said, a lot of the decisions about whether to move up or not is dependent on the matchup that you're in, and he might want to take down Lemuel here.
Yeah, someone like myself, I have a little bit more to rally with in squats than deadlifts, so sometimes you got to be a bit more risky where you're better suited to be. Now, that was a good lift for Lemuel on platform 1. He did get 1 red light, which I believe was for depth there.
Yeah, it didn't move quite as fast as Abdul's. It was still a very quick lift, but it'll be interesting to see how their seconds and thirds shape up. What nice second.
There's a computer error on Lemuel's.
Oh, yeah.
I'll go run it.
Danny just noticed an error, not on our end, but on the input from the scoring table. So she's just going to go over and let them know that they've entered Lemuel's second attempt incorrectly. Meanwhile, we've got Carter and Jesse on platform 1 and platform 2. And Danny has returned from her duty, letting the scoring table know about that little mistake. A little bit too much for us here. And as I mentioned, quite a few red lights so far.
Yeah, we have some gutsy attempts here.
Tyson, though, looked good. Oh, Shane Martin, the head referee, gave him a red, but still two white lights. Good lift.
All right, we have Marcus on platform 1 out for his second squat at 195 kilos. Platform 2, we have Isaac squatting 220 kilos for his second squat. The good lift on platform 1. And a
My
beautiful
gosh.
grind there by Isaac. 3 white
Wow.
lights.
That is a lift that we'll need to revisit later. Joey and Jonah, looks like, on platform 1 and 2. Kelly cheering for Tyson in the chat. Joey getting under the bar on platform 1. And Jonah approaching the bar. Good lift on platform 1.
Easy, nice looking second for Jonah at 220 kilos there.
Maybe we're turning a corner, getting some more good lifts here. And coming up next on platform 2, we have Nick, talking about him a lot today in this matchup, but we also have lifter squatting 207.5 kilos on platform 1 as well. A little bit of knee valgus there, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. It's still got the lift up. Got Nick getting under the bar here.
And that's a smooth looking 225 for Nick. I was wondering if it was maybe a little bit high, and it looks like the refs agreed. 2 reds from the sides here.
You can see it sometimes just in the transition from the descent to the ascent. Sometimes you know that they're cutting it. The movement is so sharp rather than allowing themselves to really sink into that hole.
Yeah, I like that stretch reflex. I need that stretch reflex, especially in those tighter sleeves too. You want a little bit of that pop, right?
Yep, but still move fast, so we'll see what he has for third. Thomas with a grind there.
Now, that was a good lift on the platform for Shad. Platform 2, Ethan is squatting 227.
Oh my gosh, this is the twist that we needed.
Now, it looks like Ethan maybe hit the hole a little bit too hard there and just couldn't quite keep his brace and his positioning.
Yeah, that was something that I mentioned in his first attempt. Seemed to dive a little bit recklessly into that hole, and it caught up with him on his second.
Well, and I do
receive.
think you see here he took 2.5 more than Nick. So a 12-kilo jump, whereas maybe 10 would have been the better call there. Probably just trying to stay ahead just a little bit, but you just never know that your opponent might miss as well.
But again, Nick missed on depth, so some interesting decisions for third attempts. Shad, looks like a good lift. We'll see. Yeah.
So unofficial total.
Abdul. Let's see who moved this lift. Oh, yeah, went up 15 kilos. It moved really well. I think he stumbled a bit because it was so fast.
So all he did was he just kind of misstepped. He kind of shot out of the hole so quickly. I think the bar was a little bit over his heel rather than that mid-foot balance. So hopefully he can find that here today.
And he's got that $1 million smile. Wow. Let's go.
Oh my gosh.
Good Lord.
And so that is one of the situations where going up after missing an opener pays off. I think at the end of the day, you just kind of have to know yourself well enough to be able to do something like that. It also appears that he's going for a national total record today. So you'll see a national ref kind of stepping in for every one of his lifts to make sure they're to that national standard.
Yeah, and based on how that just moved, I think that he has a shot at it.
And so that's one of those situations earlier you asked, what weight do you want to open at? Sometimes if you open too light, you can end up moving too quickly and having a misstep or a loss of balance like that.
Another important lift here on platform 1. Ooh,
Wow.
I think he got it. Oh, he
Yeah,
needed
the
that
boys
one.
came to rally.
Wow. I don't know what their total.
They're
Oh my gosh.
5 kilos apart right now on subtotal.
That is a matchup to watch.
Now, Lemieux probably doesn't have a ton left in the tank there, but he might be able to just push a couple more kilos ahead to keep his lead.
Yeah, if Abdul faced his other openers, similar to his squat, he has a lot of room beyond those opening attempts. And that's a good lift on platform 2. Lifter on platform 1 almost tripped on the platform. Glad that he caught his balance there.
Very slow, very controlled. Oh, not quite. So it's going to be a no lift for Carter today.
Platform 2.
Platform 2, we have 205 kilos in the bar for Jacob, and it appears to be just a little bit too much for today.
Tyson on platform 1. No, Tyson's got some love in the chat. Member of King's Fitness, run by Leo King.
Platform 2, we have 210 kilos loaded for Jesse, representing UAPA today.
Ooh. See if Tyson got that. That is 3 white lights for Tyson. Bit of a wide squatter, but it worked for him. Marcus is loading 205 kilos on platform 1 for his third attempt. See how this third attempt moves.
We have Owain Wilson on platform 2 at 222.5 kilos. Now, if he makes this lift, he's actually a contender for the podium as well.
That the 83 and the 93 kilo classes for the men tend to be some of the most competitive. That's where a lot of the body weight kind of naturally lies. So we tend to get a lot of good lifters in the 83s and 93s, especially as juniors.
Now that moved pretty well for Owain, and he gets 3 white lights.
And he is excited about it, going to that back room, very happy with how he is positioning himself. Adele, 212 kilo squat. Let's see how it goes.
And we have 225 kilos on platform 2 for Isaac's third squat.
And I think that Isaac had a bit of a grind on a second, so we'll see if he can pull the magic out again. A little bit too much this time around. All right, so again, battle of the 83s. Next couple attempts are going to be very, very important. Nick is attempting 200 and, what was that, 227?
Yeah, so Nick went up 2.5 after missing his second to match Ethan. He obviously saw that there was an opportunity to do that there. And probably just wants a couple more kilos to keep his lead. That's a good looking lift for Joey, and the refs agree.
All right, Nick is fired up. He's still pushing depth close. We'll see. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately from my angle, I would have to agree there.
Oh, that's a real shame. He has the strength.
He definitely has the strength. Yeah, absolutely.
But might be one of those things where you need to be honest with yourself. You need your training partners to be honest with you. Am I hitting depth in training?
And I'll be honest, you know, I wear the tight knee sleeves, the TKS, and I've tried the Inzers and the A7s. And one thing I really find with them is it is a lot harder to know if you're hitting that groove properly, that your depth properly.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a different technique. Obviously, I won't go as far as to say great lift by Thomas there. Won't go as far as to say that it's like squatting in wraps. Oh, no lift.
All
but
right.
It is definitely different.
Let's go, Ethan. That looked pretty good. 3 white lights for Ethan. So we have a little bit of a shakeup there. Now, Terrell missed his second, and he went up that 2.5 on his third as well.
Yeah, we're both just kind of taking a look at the score sheet here to get a feel on this matchup. Ethan is still in a good spot, but it looks like Marcus is really pulling himself into contention as well.
We have 260 kilos on platform 1 for Shad here. Pretty smooth looking lift here. And the refs agree, 3 white lights. Jonah with 230 kilos, 3 white lights as well.
Well done, good lift. All right, but we're getting back to the other very exciting matchup right now, Abdul versus Lemuel. 295 for Abdul. Lem's going up to 302.5.
Now, 295 kilos is 650 pounds. That is a big squat. And again, he's looking to break that national total record. So we have a national referee here sitting in on his squat.
And I'll say it again, that $1 million smile. He's got some fans in the crowd. He looks calm and collected as he approaches the bar like nothing can faze him.
And on platform 2, we have 235 kilos loaded for Terrell. He needs this squat as well to stay in the mix for podium contention today.
Oh. Abdul just lost his balance going into the hole there. That will give an opportunity for Lemuel. Again, not a matter of strength. He just dove into the bottom position and lost his balance. Lem, this is a very important lift.
Oh, and a beautiful grind from Marcus there.
Love to see that. Lem also has the national referee. They're both going for this national referee. Oh my God. What do the judges say?
Wow.
That is one of the lifts of the meet. So
we had a pretty good showdown there on squats. And on our little bit of a matchup there on platform 2, it looks like Ethan does come out victorious there with 630 going into bench. Marcus 620 and Owain Wilson 607.5.
Yeah, couple matchups to keep an eye out for. We will have a brief break going into bench. We have another informational video for you folks at home to learn a little bit more about the bench press, courtesy of Clean Strength Media.
There are 3 commands for the bench press: start, press, and rack.
Now, when it's your turn to bench and you hear the signal of bar is loaded, it's time to shine. But we need to make sure we're setting up within the rules. This means that head, shoulder, and butt need to be in contact with the bench. This also means that your feet need to be flat on the floor. If you are unable to meet the required start position, you're not going to get a start command. So make sure you get all these bases covered in training so there's no surprises on meet day.
During the setup, I know we all want to get the highest arch possible. However, you can't have your feet touching the rack in any way. This also includes having your feet on top of the bench or in contact with any of the supports.
When it comes time to unrack the barbell, we have two options. You can do it yourself, which we call a self lift-off, or you can get the help of a spotter to give you a lift-off to make the transition out of the rack a little bit easier. Now, once the weight is out and over top of you, we need to wait in the start position with the elbows locked for the chief referee to give us the start command. Just like the squat, if we're not able to get into an effective start position within the rules, we may be asked to replace the bar. Or again, if there's concerns of safety, you may also be asked to replace the bar. Remember, you'll have another opportunity to unrack and get into the proper start position as long as time allows.
The signal to begin the lift will be given by the chief referee's downwards hand motion and a start command, which will look something like this.
In order to perform the bench plus discipline within the rules, we need to achieve elbow depth. In order to hit elbow depth, we need the bottom surface of the elbow to drop below the top surface of the shoulder. If you are unable to meet the standard, you will still get the press command, but you'll get red lighted for bench depth. After receiving the start command from the chief referee, we can begin the bench press. We will lower the barbell down to our chest or abdomen area, wherever we prefer to touch. And once we display that the bar is motionless at our touch point, we will receive the press command. After receiving the press command, we need to, press the weight back up and return to our start position.
When held motionless and your elbows are locked, the chief referee will give you a rack command to complete the lift with a backwards hand motion, which will look something like this.
With bench, any failure to recognize the chief referee's commands and follow them is going to result in red lights. Along with this, any change in the elected starting position, which we'll define as your shoulders, butt, or head coming off the bench, along with any lateral movement of the hands or heels coming off the floor, is also going to result in red lights.
After we display a motionless position on the chest, we're going to receive a press command, right? But if after receiving the press command, we heave or sink the barbell further into the chest in order to gain some momentum on the press, this will be a no lift. This is a clear violation of the rules. If during the concentric portion of the bench press, as we're pressing the weight back up, if there's downward movement of the barbell and then it goes back up, this will be an up and down. And once again, just like squat, this is a violation of the rules. No lift. As we return back to the top of the bench press, we need to display a locked out elbow position to the referees. If you are unable to display that the elbows are completely locked out, you will receive a red.
If the spotters and loaders make contact with the bar or the lifters in between the chief referee's signals to make the lift easier, lifting the feet is not allowed. Some movement is allowed as long as your feet stay flat on the platform. And lastly, elbow depth. Failure to bring your elbow joint below the top of your respective shoulder joint.
It's important to note that you only have 60 seconds from your latest attempt to get your card in for your next attempt.
All right, welcome back to the Alberta Powerlifting Union Provincial Championships. We are just about to start bench press out here. Platform 2 is starting first. They're a little bit ahead, and Platform 1 will start in 3 minutes and 30 seconds. Now, we just like to take this moment here to shout out one of our sponsors, The Strength Guys. The Strength Guys coach world champions like Taylor Atwood and Leah Bavois and lifters just like you. For online coaching, nutrition, and injury management trusted by the best, visit thestrengthguys.com. Break PRs with us. All right, starting us off on platform 2, we have Kai. He's benching 85 kilos here. Really smooth opener. Refs agree, 3 white lights. Next up, we have 105 kilos for Justin Garcia on platform 2. And that's a good lift on 2. Next up, we have Alexander benching 110 kilos on platform 2. And that's a good lift for Alexander. Now, platform 1 is about to start here in 15 seconds. All right, 112 kilos on platform 2 for Oso and 100 kilos on platform 1 for Tegan. And both lifts are good. We have 112 kilos loaded for Carlos on platform 2 and 105 kilos loaded for Brendan on platform 1. That was a good lift for Carlos and a good lift on 1 as well. Now we have Nathan here on platform 1, 117 for his opener, getting a re-rack command. So you have 1 minute to complete the lift. He was instructed by the head ref to re-rack the weight and make an adjustment to his technique. And that is a good lift on 1. 115 kilos on platform 2 for Albert Lee, gets 3 white lights.
Speak for himself. There's like a
I
Sure. Okay.
just whatever.
There's just to-go boxes, so I'll just grab you guys something, maybe like a turkey wrap if there's something wrapped. Okay. Thank you.
All right, that is a good lift for Amio on platform 1. We have Kobe here for 115 kilos on platform 2. And that is a good lift on 2. Platform 1, we have Zenon. He has 125 kilos loaded on the bar for his opening attempt. Bar is loaded on platform 2 for Quirk at 115 kilos. Now, Zenon unfortunately had to re-rack, and sometimes holding that weight for a long period of time can be a little bit fatiguing. So hopefully he comes out and hits that on his second. Now that's a good lift for Kirk on 2. Next up we have Nam. And on platform 1, we have 130 kilos loaded for Nevin. That was a good lift for Nevin on platform 1. Platform 2, Nam is taking 117.5 kilos for his opening attempt. Really smooth lift. On platform 1, we have Sam Cook representing Calgary Barbell, looking to take 132.5 kilos for his opening attempt. And we have dual Calgary Barbell platforms right now with Alexander Dundas on platform 2, taking 117 kilos for his opener. Nice work, guys. I'm not picky, whatever one. All right, on platform 1, we have Luca taking 137.5 kilos on his opening attempt. Platform 2, we have Chitty taking 145 kilos on his opening attempt. Now, Luca got a yellow from each side referee. They saw that his butt lifted a little bit. So if you're unaware, your butt has to remain in contact with the bench for it to be a good lift. Now, unfortunately, Chitty's opener is looking a little bit heavy for the day here. So hopefully he can come back out and maybe find a slightly different setup that allows him to hit that. Uh-oh. So 140 kilos for Luke. He didn't wait for the start command, which is funny because the lift actually hadn't started yet. I think he gets to take this with no consequence, but we'll see here. And 3 white lights. You love to see it. All right, we're starting second attempts with Kai on platform 2, taking 95 kilos. And that's a good lift for Kai. Alexander taking 140 kilos for his opening attempt bench on platform 1.
That's nice.
And that's a good lift for Alexander. Platform 2 is loaded, 110 kilos for Justin. And on platform 1, we have 140 kilos loaded for Malik. Now that looks to be a good lift for Justin. And a very smooth looking bench press here for Malik today. So we've had to replace the bar quite a few times here on platform 1. And the head ref can essentially make you do that if they notice that your finger might not be covering the ring on the barbell. Maybe your feet aren't fully on the floor. Maybe your butt's not making contact with the bench, or maybe your head's up. And it just gives you an opportunity to set up in a fashion that's going to warrant a good lift. $145 kilos on platform 1 for Theodore. That is a good lift. And we have 115 kilos loaded for Carlos on platform 2. Wow. Excellent commitment there by Carlos. Now we have Alexander Dubois coming out for 115 kilos on platform 2 here.
Looks like Maxon is timing out. Did not get a squat, I believe, so might have just called it a day. I think is what is happening there. Happy to be back on the stream. My voice was starting to fade away, but drank some water, had a sandwich, and I am back.
I missed what you said. Sorry. I missed what you said. Oh, yeah.
Got Tegan on platform 1 and Weso on platform 2. Good lift on platform 1. Platform 2 is another good lift, and he is happy about that. If he's that happy on his second bench, I'd love to see his third deadlift.
And that's a good lift for Brendan on platform 1. Platform 2, we have 120 kilos loaded for Kirk. It also appears that we have found a fan, so the spotters and loaders might get a little bit of air, which I think will be nice for everyone.
Yeah, it's starting to heat up a little bit in here. Ironic, because we are in what serves as a curling rink for a lot of the year, but it is pretty warm right now. Just a quick update on the men's junior 83 class. It is going to be very interesting for the podium spot. We have potentially 6 lifters that could compete for a podium position. Right now, Ethan Thomas is leading the charge with the highest forecasted total, and Marcus Budden has moved into that second position, and actually Owen Wilson has moved into that third forecasted total. So that will be an interesting battle to watch. There are 6 lifters with podium potential. Good lift on platform 2. No lift on platform 1. Looks like it was the butt that came off the bench there. Alexander with a confident walkout. And a confident run to the back as well. Good lift on platform 1.
Now, it looks like there'll also be a little bit of a battle between Kobe and Nam. Currently, they're about 10 kilos apart, so I guess we'll see what happens as we get into deadlifts here.
Yeah, in that 74 kilo junior class. Not as many lifters in that class, but still a tight battle to keep an eye
Yeah, you
on.
still want to win in your province.
Yeah, 100%.
So Kobe's out right now, 122.5 kilos on platform 2. And Nevin finishing 137.5 kilos, gets a good lift from the referees. Next up on platform 1, we have Sam Cook loading 140 kilos. Little bit too much today for Kobe.
Kobe's been pushing it today. Got Samuel Cook, second attempt on the bench press, member of Calgary barbell on platform 1.
And the bar is just about loaded here. 125 kilos for Nam, coming from King's Fitness.
And he is one of the beloved in the chat. Good lift for Sam. And with the start command, quick press command. Might have been butt come off. I didn't see myself, but
Aww.
take a quick moment to thank some of our live stream sponsors. Taylor Nutrition. Unlock your peak performance with a personalized sports nutrition session designed for powerlifters. We'll assess your goals, training, diet, and recovery to create a targeted fueling plan, complete with supplement guidance, custom meal planning, and athlete-friendly recipes. A good lift for Luke on platform 1. He is clearly well-fueled like you could be with Taylor Nutrition.
All right, platform 2, we have 145 kilos loaded for Chitty. And he's grinding through that. Awesome patience through that sticking point. He gets one blue light, maybe a little bit of downward motion. That side was kind of lagging behind on the left side.
And that no lift on platform 1. Another sponsor for today's live stream, the Strength Guys. The Strength Guys coach world champions like Taylor Atwood and Laya Bevoyle, and lifters just like you. For online coaching, nutrition, and injury management trusted by the best, visit thestrengthguys.com. Break PRs with us. Jason from the Strength Guys is great guy, and as I mentioned in the earlier session, the Strength Guys was my first coach back in 2014.
Yeah, they've definitely grown a lot since then.
Yeah, couple world champions under their belt.
Oh, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, Tori was here today representing the Strength Guys. All right, we have third attempt bench kicking off on platform 2 with Kai. We get 2 white lights there, so he gets a good lift. Platform 1, we have Theodore with 150 kilos. Really nice touch there, very well controlled. Now he seems to be in a little bit of trouble with the ref. The head ref sees his foot coming up off the floor. And he's been called on that on every attempt there.
Yeah, and the head ref is communicating that to the side referees, but they might not be seeing it from their angle.
Now our last second attempt on platform 1 is going to be 155 kilos for Malik.
Good lifts on both platforms. Got Tegan and Carlos up next. Third bench attempt. Looks like the platforms are keeping pretty much even. They've kind of gone back and forth in their timing throughout the day, but we might just end at around the same spot.
And Tegan just inching his way up there. Wow.
We'll see if there was any downward motion.
Only 1 red for downward motion there. So the refs agree that that was a good lift today. Carlos on platform 2 with 117.5 kilos.
No good for Carlos. Good attempt. And third benches, it's pretty common to see some red lights. Every little jump on bench press means a lot, and so it can be tricky to add just 5 kilos to your third attempt.
All right, platform 1, we see Brendan with 115 kilos for his third attempt. Really fast descent to the chest there, but he controls it well, gets a press command, and the refs agree that's a good light, the good lift.
Oh.
Just a little bit too much on platform 2 for Alexander today.
Looked like he might have a fighting chance coming off the chest, but slowed down pretty quickly.
Platform 1, we have Nathan, 127.5 kilos for his third attempt bench. That's a no lift on 1 for Nathan.
More love for Luke in the chat.
Now he got yellows for that. I'm assuming that he couldn't get his feet quite flat on the floor. Otherwise, it was a pretty smooth looking lift. Now on platform 2 here, we have Kobe benching 122.5 kilos for his third attempt. And Zenon on platform 1 taking 130 kilos for his third attempt. And that's a good lift for Kobe. $142.5 loaded for Sam on platform 1.
Let's go, Sam. Platform 2, we've got Wiso. Ooh. Good press. He points. Oh my gosh, yeah. Points at the scoreboard. He got it.
All right, platform 1, we have 142.5 kilos for Nevin. Just a little bit too much today. Now, next up, we're going to see Nam here on platform 2, 125 kilos. He misses on his second, and he does need these kilos to catch up to competitor Kobe. So let's see if he can come out and hit this on his third.
Yeah, again, a lot of misses on third. Not super unexpected, but hopefully we can get some more good lifts going here.
Wow. Night and day difference between that second and third attempt there. It's a good lift for Nam.
Moiso is him in the chat. Got Albert and Luca.
And that's a no lift for Luca. Unfortunately, just a little bit too much on the day. And Albert with the heart of a lion, not giving up on that grind. Unfortunately, just a bit too much here today as well.
Danny or not?
No, I believe Alexander works with Taylor. Having a hard time not screaming for them when they come out. I'm like, oh yeah, I'm wearing a mic.
I mean, we do have some limiters programmed into these mics, but yeah, not meant for full-on streaming for Calgary barbell athletes.
Yeah, and then like we do also have some app athletes as well. So they're not our personal athletes, but they use our Calgary Barbell app. I'm sure you're familiar with like the CBB 16-week program, but
Yeah,
it's usually a common one for
one of the
local
most
first-time
popular.
competitors. Shameless plug.
Hey, if you can get some free promotion, might as well.
All right, that is a good bench for Alexander today. 3 white lights. We have Alexander Melendez on platform 1, 155 kilos.
Looks like he's a member of Wendigo Barbell, one of the sponsors of the meet overall.
Very nice.
His
Good
coach
effort
is
there.
Yelling for him, great effort.
And it looks like he needed that to tie on total for third in the 105 kilo weight class. Unfortunately, he's a little bit heavier, so he's going to have to beat Theodore outright. We'll see how things shake out in deadlifts. All right, Malik here, 165 kilos for his third attempt bench. Making pretty easy work of that. And that's a good lift on platform 1 to close off flight A benching.
Great way to end things off. So they'll quickly get that bar loaded for the next flight. No break between flights. You just go one into the other here. And it's in this second flight that we have those battles on both platforms with the 93s and the 83s. Really interesting to watch. Maybe even more exciting than the 83s is that 93 battle. 2 athletes looking to claim the national record.
And that's a good lift for Tyson on platform 1. Platform 2, we have Jesse starting us off for the first attempt on flight B.
Good lift on platform 2 for Jesse. Marcus coming out on platform one, opening up with the 107.5 kilos, member of the UAPA, the University of Alberta Powerlifting Association. In the golden days of the UAPA, we used to train out of W95, which was a glorified storage unit. And now they have an amazing space in their gym at the U of A.
It's funny how all these fancy gyms kind of started off.
Oh, it's true.
Now, on platform 1 here, Marcus got 1 red light. It was a blue card. And I do believe that was maybe his elbows not being fully locked out.
Yeah. And the no lift on platform 2. Kelly wants to say nice job, Tyson.
I got corrected in the chat. Okay. Yeah. They tell me.
Owen is on platform 2. Shad on platform 1. Oh my lord, that was fast. That looked like a warm-up.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, platform 1, we have Adel with 120 kilos.
And Owen on platform 2. Good lift for Owen.
And a good lift for Adel.
Byron, one of the meet directors and acting as a loader right now, just about dropped a plate on himself, so I'm glad he's okay there. Got Jonah, another UAPA member, platform 2.
All right, platform 1, we have Thomas, 137.5 kilos, loaded for his first attempt. Looking like a pretty smooth lift. The refs agree, 3 weight lights. Terrell on platform 2, 127.5 kilos for his opening attempt.
Got a nice big arch there, pretty limited range of motion. However, might be the feet.
Now, it looks like he wasn't getting a down command from the side ref, so I'm assuming it's either feet or his butt. Now, the one drawback to those popular slippers is it is really hard to get that lateral side of the heel completely flat on the floor, especially if your feet are behind your knee.
Yeah, it's funny how the shoe can make the difference between getting a start command and not, but sometimes that is the case.
Oh, yeah. I started off in Chucks, and I almost bombed at my second meet. So that was a good lift for Terrell, a good lift for Thomas. Now on platform 1, we have Carter.
Platform 2, we have Nick trying to inch himself back into this podium conversation. Squats didn't quite go his way. The strength was there, but the depth wasn't quite where it needed to be. See how the bench goes.
Looking plenty strong on bench today. Nick gets 3 white lights.
See if he is able to gain any traction here, but fortunately it looks like a lot of the guys in his class are pushing similar weight on the bench press.
Now, Nick and Ethan may have a little bit of an advantage with pulls, being able to put what they need to on the bar.
But here in there, bench one, another UAPA member.
Now, platform 1, we're seeing Lemuel open with 167.5 kilos on his opening attempt, representing North Rise. And he gets 3 white lights there.
And these two just love going back and forth. Abdul is following right after, keeping things close.
Isaac on platform 2 with 140 kilos gets 2 white lights for a good lift. And Abdul is going to take 170 kilos here, fighting for that national record total. Representing Wendigo Barbell today.
Wow. And
Now,
that
Abdul
was-
seems to be a very explosive lifter, so
God.
I'm very curious to see him continue to grow into the sport.
Yeah, what
It
a lift.
appears to me that this is only his 3rd meet.
Yeah, the pair seem to have a lot of potential, and I'd love to see them maximize it. Ethan on platform 2. This is going to be crucial for him to kind of continue that advantage.
Now, not as easy as you would like an opener to be. Maybe he needs to make a couple technical adjustments there before going into his second, but it was good enough to get on the board today.
What I am really interested to see is Marcus, who is only 10 kilos behind forecasted total behind Ethan for first place, and we'll see how this opener moves for him. And for Tyson on platform 1, it moved well for 3 white lights.
Now, I'm just wondering if maybe Marcus is a little bit injured today. This looks... Or no. I was looking at the wrong one. Oops. There's 2 Marcuses.
There are 2 This is Marcus Budden that had that pretty nice opener, moved better than Ethan. And interestingly, Ethan has opted to only go up 2.5 kilos. So this might be the opportunity for someone else to stake a claim at first place.
Other Marcus is taking 115 kilos on platform 1.
Bit of a grind, but oh no, 2 reds from the side referees. Very quick lift from Jacob on platform 2. The bar is now loaded on platform 2. Got both lifters getting under the bar here. Not quite enough there on platform 1. See how Jesse fares. Quick off the chest, but not quite enough.
All right, we're back to Shad on platform 1, 125 kilos. And that appears to be a good lift on platform 1. We have Owen Wilson coming out on platform 2, very carefully checking that every element of the lift is correct before he gets under the bar, which I think is usually a good thing to do, especially when things are a little bit more chaotic like they have been today. Now, it looks like this is going to be a 2.5 kilo PB for Owen on his second attempt.
Not a bad place to be.
And that was pretty smooth. I'd say another 2.5, another 5 might definitely move there today.
Yeah, again, he is currently projected in a podium position, so if he can keep that up, it'll be a good day for him.
And like I said at the start, it really does come down to making lifts. So we had our matchup, you know, the top 3 nominations, and it's really shifted from a couple of missed lifts today.
100%, especially when you're making 10-kilo jumps. If you miss a couple, that's 20 kilograms off the board. And right now, no one actually out of that top 6 has made every single lift. So there's room for anyone to jump in. Good lift on platform 2. Carter on platform 1.
All right, we have Terrell on platform 2, 132.5 kilos.
Yeah, he is on the outside looking in right now. He's forecasted 6th place, but he is not that far away from a podium. 17.5 kilos can seem like a lot, but a couple of missed lifts, and he's right in the conversation. Joey on platform 1.
Joey Huber benching 160 kilos on platform 1. Just a little bit too much today.
Again, if Nick wants to finish on the podium, he's going to have to make these benches.
Really smooth off the chest there for Nick. So as long as he can really push through that sticking point towards the end, I think a couple more kilos will be a safe bet.
Every kilo counts. And now the other marquee matchup is back on platform 1 here. Lemuel. And a big cheer for Kieran on platform 2. Looked a little slow for his second attempt there. Doesn't mean that he doesn't have more in the bag, but I have a feeling that Abdul's second might be a little bit faster. See how Abdul moves this. This could really put the pressure on.
Wow. Wow, wow, wow.
Yep.
180 kilos is good for Abdul today. Platform 2, we have Isaac benching 145 kilos. Now, unfortunately, a little bit too much for Isaac today.
A little bit too much. So again, really, really interesting for Ethan. His opener was pretty slow. He opted to only move up 2.5 kilos. But again, in a race like this, every single kilogram counts.
Awesome. Yeah, I knew it was just something a little bit technical there for Ethan. Second attempt moved a lot better. He looked a lot more in control. He probably has another 2.5, 5 if he needs it today. Now, platform 1, we have a good lift for Tyson. And Marcus on platform 2 takes 150 kilos. It's a good lift to tie his PB. Looks like he's going to have to fight for that third, but I do think he could get another 2.5 there.
Again, shaping up to be a very, very tight race.
Now we have Marcus on platform 1 taking 115 kilos for his third attempt bench, giving it everything he's got here. Not quite today. Platform 2 is starting the third attempt benches with Jesse taking 112.5 kilos.
Was asked to... Oh, wrong lifter. And we've got 30 seconds. We had the wrong lifter go as far as to unrack the weight. Jesse has 20 seconds to get a start command. Doesn't seem to be in too much of a rush.
Sometimes ignorance is bliss. You just don't know.
Yeah. Oh, I'm up. All right, let me hit this bench.
Oh, now we did see a little bit of head lifting on the descent there.
Yeah. Not quite there, but good lift on platform 1. Just taking a quick look at that 93 kilo junior race for the national record. Lemuel is in a much better position just because Abdul missed that third squat, even though the strength was there. Based on Lemuel's opener, if he jumps 10 kilos to his second and third, he'll be right around the record, but we'll need to have a couple bigger jumps if he wants to actually take that record.
Now, unfortunately, it looks like Shad maybe jumped the command and didn't fully lock out there. Jacob on platform 2 with 117.5 kilos. That's a good lift.
Well done, Jacob.
145 kilos here for Thomas on platform 1. I'm competing tomorrow.
We got Owen Wilson, not to be confused with the Hollywood celebrity.
Wow.
Methodical lifter.
Oh,
And he's
wow.
thick
All
with
hard.
it.
Look
I
at that.
love that bench.
So
Never
Owen is
back.
also in the running for podium currently.
Yeah, again, a 6-horse race in the men's 83 junior class.
152.5 for Carter here. That's looking like a pretty good lift. Refs say yes, it is. Jonah, 137.5 on the bar on platform 2. Really strong looking press there for Jonah. Refs agree, that's a good lift.
Really good lift. And our next lifter on platform 2, again, is in the conversation for a podium. We'll need to probably finish out 4 for 4 here, but there's still a shot, especially when those at the top are going to be pushing each other maybe to weights that they can't handle.
Absolutely.
Sometimes it's kind of nice being that underdog. People aren't necessarily picking their attempts to go against you, and you can sneak into a podium position.
Absolutely. And we know already that Nick and Ethan are big deadlifters. Marcus hasn't competed in, I think, almost a year. So it'll be interesting to see how much his deadlift has grown and if, you know, he can use that to his advantage as well.
Definitely. A lot of unknowns. Also unknown is what prompted that re-rack. I didn't see on platform 2, but I think it did throw him off enough to miss that lift. Oh, and the back a little bit as well. Sometimes that arch in the bench can get you.
And we are back to Lemuel, 177.5 kilos here. Not letting it go down.
My God.
Pretty damn good fight
I
there.
think that he maintained upward movement.
I also thought it was a pretty good lift there. So we got 2 whites. That's
Yeah.
enough to pass.
Shane Martin, our head referee, shrugged it off. Could have gone either way, I think. There's a little pause there. Whether it actually went down is tough to say for sure.
Now we have Nick here, 140 kilos on platform 2. Drive it through, Nick. Let's go.
Wow. See,
Great fight.
in this case, I think there might have been some actual downward, but we'll see. Oh,
All you need is 2 white lights, my friend.
again, 2 calls back to back. Could have gone either way. Abdul needs this bench.
Now keep in mind the refs all sit at slightly different angles, so they can't all see the same things
Did
at
he
the same
skip
time.
the command? No, he just got a very quick press command. I thought he might have skipped it, just how quickly that came off his chest after landing there. That brings platform 1 through bench press.
Now, unless something crazy happens in deadlifts, it looks like Lemuel is going to take the first place finish.
And I would say that that doesn't necessarily mean that he's the strongest lifter, but he's the best lifter on the day so far.
Absolutely.
We are close to wrapping up bench press on platform 2 as well.
And who knows, maybe Abdul's deadlift opener is going to be as light as his squat opener, and we're going to see that, 30-kilo jump that he needs to start to come into contact with the 770 that Lemuel currently has.
I wouldn't be shocked if he and his coach basically pick their attempts to just inch ahead of Lemuel, and that might mean a 30-40 kilo jump, but we'll see.
Now, platform 2 here has a couple more benchers left. We're on Isaac right now, 145 kilos. He missed this on his second, but he's getting this on his third. Oh, not quite. So close. Thought he had that one.
Good catch from the spotters.
Now, Ethan is taking 147.5 kilos
And he
on his third, missed his second.
But you said that was a technical miss, I think, right?
It must have been. There we go.
He definitely needed that to continue his lead on the other lifters, because Marcus is pulled within 3 kilograms for forecasted total.
Now, Marcus's second attempt looked a little bit hard, so we'll see how this 155 moves. I think it's going to be a 5-kilo PB for him today.
Yeah, it looks like this will be a 5-kilo PB if he manages to hit it.
But sometimes you can find a bit more position, keep your chest up a little bit more, and you really can get a couple more kilos out of the lift.
Plus, if you get a nice press command, not bad.
Oh my gosh.
Oh.
Not quite.
All right, we are going to take a very quick 5-minute intermission before deadlifts. And to get you ready for deadlifts, we have a little informational video provided courtesy of Clean Strength Media.
It's time to deadlift. It's a little bit different here because you're not going to hear a start command. All you're going to hear is bars loaded. Once you hear that, you have 60 seconds to start the lift. When you walk out to the platform, the chief referee is going to be ready with their arm straight up, ready for you to start the lift.
When we get to the top of the deadlift and we can display a motionless position to the referees, you will get 2 signals from the head referee. One, he will drop his hand down, giving you a visual signal. He will also give you an audible signal saying, down. Once you receive this, we can place the bar back down to the floor. We just need to make sure we're maintaining contact with the barbell the entire time.
Now there are a couple reasons why your deadlift might be deemed a no lift. First of all is any downwards movement of the bar. Second is failure to lock out either the knees or stand completely upright with your shoulders behind your hips at the end of the movement.
Supporting the bar on your thighs during the execution of your lift. It may also be called hitching. Lowering the bar before receiving the chief referee signal.
Once you do receive the down command from the chief referee, it is still important that you maintain control of the bar to the platform. That's defined as just keeping your hands on the bar throughout without throwing it down. It's super important.
For your third attempt deadlift, after the original attempt is placed in, you will be given 2 opportunities to change this attempt. Keep in mind that this attempt change needs to happen before the bar is loaded for your initial attempt that you put in, right? So if you put in an initial attempt and the bar gets loaded and you hear the chief referee say, bar is loaded, you cannot change your attempt anymore. It's over. You have to just take the original attempt you put in. So make sure if you're gonna make an attempt change that you do it on time. If you want to submit a change for your third deadlift, you will need to hand in a new signed attempt card signaling the change you want to make.
Now with any of the lifts, if you want an explanation for why you receive these red lights, you can ask the chief referee once they're free for an explanation, or if there's a jury available, you can ask them instead. This will take any guesswork out of why you got the lift wrong, and they can explain in detail and with accuracy what you've done wrong so you can rectify it with the attempts going forward. Lastly, if there is a jury available and you did get one white light, you are allowed to ask for an overrule. Now this is up to the jury, but it's always worth a try.
If you receive reds and miss a lift, it's unacceptable to argue with the referees or question their calls on the platform. It's never fun missing a lift, it sucks, but suck it up and try to make the necessary changes to fix it in the future.
Now that should cover all the rules to a powerlifting competition. At the end of the day, respect these rules and respect the people enforcing them. The referees, the volunteers, they're all just people just like you. If you miss a lift, don't take it out on them. Don't scream at them. You get nothing out of it, they get nothing out of it. It's no good for anybody. Have fun and respect the sport.
We are back at the 2025 APU Powerlifting Championships in cloudy Edmonton, Alberta. It is shaping up to be a very close contest in a couple of classes here. We've been following the 83 kilogram juniors with 6 lifters that have a shot at the podium. And we also have a couple 93 kilo lifters with ambitions of breaking the national record. We're about ready to roll on platform 1. Platform 2 has 4 minutes before they get rolling, but the bar is loaded for the first lifter of our final session of day 1 at the 2025 APU Provincial Championships. Looks like it may have been the wrong weight loaded on the bar. So he'll get a fresh clock. It's not the lifter's fault. It's a core powerlifting member. See that baby powder on the thighs? That is legal in competition. Just allows the bar to move across the thighs a little bit more smoothly. Three white lights for the first lift of this deadlift session. Next up, we have Tegan, 205 kilos, member of the University of Alberta Powerlifting Association. 205 kilos on the bar for Tegan. That's what you want from an opener. 3 white lights for Tegan. Sam is up next, Samuel Cook. Calgary barbell, 210 kilograms for his opener.
Now, I do train with Sam sometimes, and I know he's vying for his Westerns or his regional total. So a lot of these lifters, they have to do a local meet to qualify them for provincials, and then they try to achieve their regional qualifying total at provincials. They move on to regionals and hopefully get their national qualifying total, and then that just moves them up the ranks to compete at a higher level.
Yeah, once you have competed at nationals, it's a little bit easier to keep going back, but that first go around, you have to follow that path, the local, provincial, regional route. There are also some volunteer responsibilities as a member of the Alberta Powerlifting Union if you want to represent the province at the national level.
Woo! That was a big jump, and that's a good lift for Nathan.
"30 seconds until platform 2 begins. Brendan, platform 1. See our platform manager, Brian, there. Seems like there's quite a few UAPA lifters in these flights. Platform 2 is getting ready. First lifter here is Kai.
That's a strong looking opener for Alexander on platform 1. Platform 2, we are loading 170 kilos for Carlos. Platform 1, Malik is going to take 240 kilos on his opener. And that's a good lift from Malik. All right, a smooth looking opener for Theodore. The refs agree. Carlos gets 1 red on platform 2, but 2 white lights. Give him a good lift.
And deadlift's a little bit different than squat and bench press. You're not having to wait for a start command. The only command that you're waiting for is that down command once you've completed the lift and reach that finishing position.
And that's a good lift for Nevin.
Good lift for Justin. We've got a meet director working as spotter and loader on both platforms now. They're just doing everything they can to make sure that this meet runs as smoothly as possible.
And that's a smooth looking lift for Alexander.
So Danny, we see a lot of different styles of deadlifts. I mean, we can kind of break it into sumo and conventional. What's the difference between those two styles? How do you explain that to folks?
So typically speaking, I would just kind of explain sumo as a wide stance conventional to somebody who maybe isn't too familiar. But in a sumo position, you're going to be standing a lot wider. Your feet are going to be externally rotated, and it's going to open up your hips and allow you to use like your inner thighs a lot more. Your hand grip is going to be within your legs as well, whereas conventional, your hands are going to be on the outside of your legs.
And
Conventional is typically what people learn, and then they gravitate towards sumo. Maybe if they're a little bit more leveraged for sumo, or in my situation, like conventional actually just really hurts my back, and I know quite a few lifters have that same kind of experience.
yeah, it's an interesting conversation on the internet within the fitness community. A lot of folks will say things like sumo is cheating. Do you fall into that camp?
No. Anybody that pulls sumo knows that it is so technically demanding that it's almost frustrating that you can't just pull conventional.
Yep.
I would love to be able to pull conventional, honestly.
It's kind of the opposite. I always been a terrible deadlifter. Tried sumo for a bit, was even worse, so went back to conventional.
So platform 1, we have Emil with 200 kilos on the bar for his second attempt. He gets a red light from the front judge, which I could definitely see a little bit of shoulders rounding forward, but 2 white lights is enough to get the lift. Alexander Dubois on platform 2 here, 215 kilos, 3 white lights.
Oh, looks like he's got those long arms that are nice to have when you're deadlifting. Got Tegan on platform 1.
And Chitty coming out on platform 2, getting the bar cleaned. So it looks as though they've requested the bar to be cleaned. You're allowed to request the bar to be cleaned. Sometimes there can be remnants of baby powder from other lifters, which can cause it to be a little bit slippery. And then they'll additionally clean the bar if there's any blood or anything like that left on the bar from a callus or a shin.
And then when we get to third attempts, they'll clean the bar between every lift. But first couple attempts, it's only if you request it or there's a need to clean.
Now we got Sam here on platform 1, 222.5 kilos. And Chitty with 220 on platform 2.
Ooh.
That's a good lift on 2 and a good lift on 1.
Yeah, that was a smooth lift for Sam. It wasn't the fastest lift, but no real sticking point. We'll see if he has much more in the tank.
I hope he loads 500. I'd love to see that for him. That's kind of like a big milestone deadlift.
I think it's within reach for sure. It's not out of the question.
Oh, he's going for it. All right, platform 2, we have 220 kilos for Albert and 235 kilos on platform 1 for Luca. Now, Luca gets 1 red light. They're giving it a blue. I think maybe we saw a little bit of hitching there potentially, or the potential for it. That was a pretty heavy opener, so he'll have to be mindful on his on his third, that he doesn't start hitching.
Yeah, we'll see. Hitching is allowed in strength sports like strongman, but in powerlifting, you can't use your thighs to rest the bar as you're moving the bar up during the deadlift.
And sometimes as you're trying to really get that last little bit of lockout, you can kind of get impatient and rush your hips through, and then the quads kind of get under it a little bit.
Yeah, I think we have probably all hitched a deadlift at one point in our life.
Oh, yeah. Now, that was a good lift for Nathan, 245. Now we have Brendan coming out, 247.5 on platform 1. Looks like Kobe might be missing his attempt here. We have 10 seconds left.
Interesting. I didn't think that he injured himself, but maybe I missed something.
Now, very unfortunate because Kobe was one of our battles in the 74 kilo men.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we'll see if he comes out at all, but normally if you miss
It'd
your
be very
first,
weird not to just at least take the token lift to register a total, unless they miss the cutoff time for the opener change.
there is 220 submitted for his second, so he hasn't officially scratched, but that might have just been put in by the scores table. Oh, no, they have switched it to 235, so he might have just missed his opener. Strange.
And a gutsy move. All right, we have Kirk here on platform 2, 240 kilos, Theodore on platform 1, 257.5 kilos, 3 white lights. It's a good lift for Kirk on 2.
Nevin on platform 1 got some support in the crowd here in Edmonton. He might be an Edmonton native, training out of the University of Alberta. Or
Oh,
at
so
least
he has the hometown advantage like the Oilers do tomorrow.
definitely. Yeah, that was quite the game last night. I'm from
Yeah,
Calgary.
tomorrow's going to be crazy.
I was worried that if there was a loss in overtime, my car might not be safe, but it works out.
Yeah, I'll probably have the game on while I'm here watching tomorrow.
Well, speaking of, I probably will have not the game live on the stream, but we can incorporate the scoreboard so you can follow along to both.
Heck yeah, I like that. All right, we got Malik here, 265 kilos. He absolutely blew that up, and he knows it. 3 white lights.
And he's coached by Max Hall from Hall Strength Systems. Not as many Hall Strength Systems athletes in these flights, but there have been quite a few so far today. Got Luke coming up on platform 1, and Kai is also timing out.
Yeah, we've had an unusual amount of timeouts today. I will say that. And I think on like a day like this where the session's already running really long, sometimes it's better to just scratch it to get the meet moving along.
Yeah, there's...
If it's a small flight, then maybe you let that minute run so that your competitors can rest. And, you know, powerlifting is kind of weird that way. We're always looking out for each other, even when we are against one another in sport.
Yeah, exactly. These seem like fairly full flights, though, so I'm sure that the competitors wouldn't mind if they lost a minute. They probably wouldn't notice, to be honest.
Now, I do think Kai opened up at 65 kilos, so I'm wondering maybe if he just dealing with a little bit of an injury today.
I think that's probably most likely.
Carlos on platform 2, 182.5 kilos for his second deadlift. And Zenon is going to finish platform 1 second attempts with 290 kilos.
Zenon's one of our taller lifters. Not as much of a disadvantage on the deadlift versus something like squat or even bench press with the long arms, but still more distance to travel.
All right, Amio on platform 1, 212.5 kilos. Looking like a really solid pull there.
Oh. Actually, I mean, I was only half able to see that. Throws the belt, which isn't the coolest behavior, but, you know.
Now, I missed what that was called on. I caught the last little bit of that pull,
Yeah.
but three
There-
blues. Was that downward motion must
That
have been?
I think so, but again, I only caught half the lift. It looked good from what I saw. Good lift for Alexander. Wow. Alexander Dundas and Alexander Dubois back to back.
Yeah, we have a lot of the same names today, actually. And Sam going for that milestone pull. Very solid patience. Beautifully executed, Sam.
You wanted him to get that 500 pull. Well, he surpassed it. Great lift there for his third.
Okay, yes. Now watching that back, I do see the
Yeah.
downward.
So looked at the replay there on that previous lift, and there was some downward motion. Nam, one of the crowd and live stream favorites, set to lift 230 kilos on platform 2, and we have Tegan at 235 on platform 1. Ooh. Good lift for Tegan. Oh.
Oh, and just a little bit of a grip slip there for Nam.
That
On platform
yeah,
2.
flew off the floor though, so we'll see what he does on his third.
Now, downward motion in the deadlift is typically, you know, a hotly debated topic. Where do you stand on that being a rule that we should follow?
I mean, I understand the sentiment. We have downward movement rules in squat and bench press, but I'm kind of in the camp that if you finish the lift, there's no hitch. I think that is a successful deadlift. I mean,
'Cause
I don't
really it's not-
anticipate a rule change, but
Yeah, it's not supporting the lift. It's not making it easier.
yeah, you've made it more challenging for yourself, and yet you still were able to finish.
Yeah. And sometimes when you have to like channel that explosiveness, it's hard not to kind of bobble or maybe even lose balance a little bit like we've seen today.
Yeah, you see that a lot in sumo deadlifters.
Oh, absolutely.
Yeah.
All right, we got Chitty here, 232.5 kilos on his second deadlift. Very smooth. Refs agree.
Got Albert, and we got another Alexander on platform 1. Ooh.
And that's a good lift on platform 1. Albert on platform 2, 235 kilos on his second.
Let's go, Albert. Taking his time, getting the position that he wants, getting his mind right. So we'll see if Kobe comes out for this one. I would imagine, given that they jumped up the second attempt by 15 kilos after timing out for the first. Woo!
Great pulls, Nathan.
Great work. Great celebration. I'm a bit of a crotchety old man when it comes to some celebrations or some anger that we see on the platform, but I definitely love a good happy little celebration. Nothing wrong with that.
No belt throwing.
No belt throwing. No, that's a no-no.
Have you guys seen how much those cost? We can't be throwing those things. Okay, it appears Kobe is timing out again, which is a bit odd since he did go up on his last, but I guess we'll see. Maybe he's gonna leave us with like a big finale finisher.
Yeah. Might be just putting in attempts to place himself where he normally is in the flight so that everyone gets the precise amount of rest that they're used to, but that's a lot of effort to put into not showing up.
Kobe, if you hear this, where are you?
And I'm so sorry. Theodore?
Theodore is taking 267.5 kilos to finish his third attempt deadlift, looking solid.
Whoa, says Heidi. And Miss Debbie as well. Go Tigi, go Tigi, go Tigi, go.
Now Kirk from MDL here, taking 255 on his second.
Oh, snappy.
Unbelievably fast second.
Yeah, that's someone who's born to pull sumo.
Absolutely.
Nevin on platform 1. Great pull by Nevin.
Now looks like Kobe has zeroed his last deadlift.
Okay. Hopefully he's all right. I didn't see the injury.
So he didn't come out for his first pull, so I'm just wondering if maybe something happened in the warm-up room.
Yeah.
Which is not a fun way to end the day.
No, especially after you would have been in a podium position there. Malik's got some support in the crowd.
And that is an important reminder, too, to, you know, watch the clock for being able to change your opener, because sometimes it really does matter.
Yeah, 100%.
Now Malik's looking like he's pretty proud of his day. That was a really nice last pull.
Bar is loaded, looks like for Kai, but was that a timeout as well on the second attempt? I can't
Yeah.
recall. Looks like, yeah, another timeout.
Now I'm pretty sure the computer just skipped ahead to Luke. It was Malik finished the last lift and then it went to Zenon. It's supposed to be Luke.
Yes.
I thought I noticed that. I'm like, oh, maybe I just wasn't paying attention. But
Yeah, our scores table has a lot of things going on at once, and it's pretty easy to click a button on the computer, but we'll wait for that to be rectified. Again, that was a timeout on platform 2, so we'll have Carlos next. And we do have Luke. The board, I think, might still be saying Zenon, but it is Luke on the platform right now on platform 1. Got Carlos. Getting those arms loose. got quite the pre-lift routine. I find that a lot of sumo pullers have a pretty lengthy setup. Oh, don't know if those hips came through. Not quite there. Okay, now Zenon is actually up on platform 1. Oh, and he is ready to lift. Oh, almost. I don't know if I have it in me to be that hyped. I'm not sure what that says about me as a person, but should try it sometime.
I've been there. One time I hit myself in the face a little too hard. It left a bruise.
Well, that reminds me of my very first powerlifting meet. I saw the coach of an athlete take ammonia to hype himself up to then give ammonia to his athlete. It was quite the event. I was
I've seen
a
it.
young lifter thinking, oh my gosh, this is what the sport's about.
I love when like equipped coaches take a hit of ammonia to wrap knee.
Oh yeah, I mean that
But
is,
wrapping
I
knees is
understand that.
genuinely so hard. So
Yeah.
shout out to all the coaches that can wrap knees well.
Yeah, again, we've only had one equipped lifter all day. We do have a couple more tomorrow.
Now Alex is looking to finish with 217.5 kilos. Looks like he had more in the tank today. So that's a good day for him.
And we're on to the first round of deadlifts in our final flight on platform 1. Whew. Move like nothing for Tyson. Got Oiso on platform 2.
And Marcus coming out for his opening attempt deadlift on platform 1, flight B.
Ooh. Interesting deadlift attempt there on platform 2. Marcus shows what an opener should look like. The first of our Alexanders on platform 2, or actually, sorry, this is the second Alexander.
And that's a solid looking third attempt deadlift for Alexander, locking in that 500-pound milestone. Thomas has a good lift on 1. All right, platform 1, we have Joey Huber coming out for 230 kilos on his opening attempt. On platform 2, we have Nam coming out for 230 kilos for his third attempt. Now, he just barely misses on grip on his second. Oh, unfortunately, just not today. All right, platform 1, we have 235 kilos loaded for Carter. Now Carter is running out here for his opening attempt. He has 2 seconds left. And he managed to make it. Wow.
Yeah, that
A 2-second setup.
You do not see that often. That is
Also, shout out to the spotters and loaders for having the athletes back and making sure that they found out it was their time to lift.
definitely, it's a team effort.
Adel has 240 kilos loaded on platform 1.
And Albert coming out charging. He's got that long setup, but he's a little bit more energized on this third attempt. Wow.
And that's how you finish deadlifts. Very nice.
Getting close to the first flight on platform 2, finishing up their deadlifts. We're already on to the second flight on platform 1. Getting fired up in the back room before coming out to the platform. He's stalking down the barbell. You can see him entering and exiting the frame, stalking his prey.
Abdul. I think it's out of reach. Beautiful pull by Kirk there. Now bar is loaded for Lemuel on platform 1, 290 kilos on his opening attempt. Platform 2 starting first attempts with 200 kilos for Jesse. That's a good lift for Jesse. And the mule makes it look easy.
we're moving on to those first deadlift attempts on the second flight for platform 2.
All right, Tyson Lamb on platform 1, representing King's Fitness here with 207.5 kilos for second deadlift.
Let's go, T-Ray!
Kieran getting settled, UAPA club member. Wow.
Very fast opening deadlift. Being locked out, I think. Now you do see that a lot more lately with a more narrow grip in the deadlift. It's a little bit harder to get those shoulders all the way through.
Marcus on platform 1. Fiona on platform 2. Whoa, Marcus pulls through. Let's see what the judges think. I thought that he had that one, but we'll
Yeah,
see.
so the rule is that there can't be downward motion in the deadlift, but when you get to the top, if the bar just kind of settles, then that's okay. But we just watch a replay here, and we do see that little bit of
downward, yeah.
bobble through the halfway point there.
We love Tigi.
Now, platform 2, we have 230 kilos for Terrell. Unbelievably fast. Looked like a warm-up. And 240 kilos is good for Joey on platform 1.
So, again, Marcus here, if he can get a quick first deadlift, that'll really put the pressure on Ethan.
Now, this is Marcus's old PR from last year.
He's made some progress, but has he made enough?
Smooth enough.
Not bad, not bad.
He basically has to maintain his lead.
Now we'll see as this flight wraps their first attempt. It's going to be close for those podium positions. Definitely the closest race or class that we've had today. Wow, very quick, but just like we were talking about, it did settle at the top, but there was no clear downward motion. So still a good lift.
And that's a good lift for Carter on platform 1. Good lift for Isaac as well on platform 2.
Bars loaded on platform 1. Nick is up on platform 2. Again, he's going to need to really perform on deadlifts if he wants to land on the podium.
Very, very clean pull for Adel there at 255 kilos.
See what Nick has in him. Oh.
Nick's looking strong on the pulls today.
And he gives the little nod and a fist pump as he walks off the platform. He's feeling good after that one. Chad coming on to platform 1 with a 600-pound deadlift attempt. Good lift for Chad.
Now Ethan's coming out to pull 260 kilos.
Ooh.
Wow.
It's going to be tough to catch him today. He felt good about that lift. It looked good. But again, every kilogram matters. If a lifter is able to push him to something he's uncomfortable with for his third, he could still fall down to second position.
Now Marcus only went up 5 kilos on his third, and it seems like he's just going to try and inch his way forward. He does have a bit of a lead here on Nick right now, so if he can maintain that, he's probably in a pretty good place.
Yeah, he might be more concerned with holding on to that silver position than trying to push Ethan for first place.
Ethan looks like he has quite a bit more gas in the tank today on pulse, but again, anything can happen.
Oh.
I just losing balance a little bit.
Byron to the rescue.
Byron to the rescue, literally. The city is safe once more.
You can't see
Or the
it, but
platform.
there is a banner that says that right in front of us. Ooh, and Abdul has some fans as well. Honestly, with that missed deadlift, that opens things up for Abdul. There's a shot that he could still take it.
Now, I believe the national record that they're vying for is 808.5 kilos.
It looks like that'll be out of reach. I think strength
so as
potential,
well.
they're pretty close, but it's just coming down to execution.
Definitely think that if Abdul had made those squats, he'd be in a better position to be in contention for that today.
Yeah, the strength is impressive, but we'll see how fast this moves for him.
But I definitely see them at nationals breaking the record for sure.
I think so.
I think we're going to have a pretty good battle there this year. Now, out on platform 2, we have Jesse deadlifting 212.5 kilos. Abdul with 310 kilos. Gets one red light from the front ref. Now, it does appear that maybe, his shoulders are a bit rounded forward. Sometimes when you have a bit bigger shoulders, just in general, it is a little bit harder to get them pulled back in a way that looks good to the refs. Wow, Abdul has put in 350. Are we back?
Looks like we temporarily lost him there, but we are almost back. Hopefully we are good. Don't want to miss the end of these third deadlifts.
All right, I think we're back, maybe. Oh.
It's coming in and out. Again, apologies for this, folks. It should be moving again. I know the terrible time to pick up some leg on the stream. We've been smooth all day until our third deadlift attempts of the final session. But it seems like we are back and moving. So again, apologies, folks.
Thank you. All right, I think we're back.
Thank you. We are doing the best that we can. I think we resolved whatever issue was happening, and we should be smooth sailing to finish off this session and finish off the first day of the 2025 APU Powerlifting Championships.
So we have Nick Para out for 270 kilos on his second pull here. And he's looking strong today. Love to see it.
He's looking good to secure that podium position, but it's not over until our third deadlifts are finished. Got Thomas with his third deadlift on platform 1. Woo!
Great effort there by Thomas. 260 kilos, 3 white lights.
Love to see it. Okay,
Ethan smokes his second, 272.5 kilos.
That was good, but I could also see a little bit of a sticking point there. I don't know how much more he has in him, but he also doesn't need to push it too far. He's got a nice little lead.
Yeah, it looks like he could chip a small PB today and probably take the win if he'd like.
Yeah, 655.
But we'll see. Marcus did go up 10 now.
Oh, we'll see. It's a tough balance here because if Marcus pushes too hard for first place, he could fall off the podium entirely. It would take a pretty significant effort from those below him, but stranger things have happened. 265 kilos on platform 1. He's happy about that one.
Yeah, so if Marcus misses, he could potentially lose his spot to Owen.
Oh. Downward motion for Owen. It's not what he needed to get on the podium. Thank you again to our live stream sponsors, Taylor Nutrition. Unlock your peak performance with a personalized sports nutrition session designed for powerlifters. We'll assess your goals, training, diet, and recovery to create a targeted fueling plan, complete with supplement guidance, custom meal planning, and athlete-friendly recipes. Taylor Nutrition. Neglected, but have been getting a lot better at is actually thinking about their nutrition.
Oh, absolutely. Seems to be more of like a last resort, but it really does make it all come together. So we got Shad here, 290 kilos on his third attempt. Has the whole crowd behind him here today.
Jesse on platform 2 is able to get that good lift. We've also got the Strength Guys as a sponsor of the live stream. The Strength Guys coach world champions like Taylor Atwood and Laya Bavoil. I always mispronounce your name, so I am so sorry. And lifters just like you. For online coaching, nutrition, and injury management, trusted by the best, visit thestrengthguys.com. Break PRs with us, the Strength Guys. Okay, Lem is up here.
Now, if Lemuel misses this, Abdul is going to take the win. But if he makes, Abdul is going to have to go up 17.5 to tie and win on body weight.
That second attempt miss is going to prove to be pretty important. Let's see if he can do it. He needs this to move into first.
Oh,
can
wow.
he do it? Oh.
Oh. So close. So now Abdul is already 2.5 kilos ahead, so he can change his attempt to basically put in whatever he wants. If he wants to go for 350, he can. But it looks like he's going down to 322.5.
Yeah, we see that a lot with third deadlifts. You get a couple attempt changes. Woo!
And that's a great lift for Kieran, 235 kilos. He's looking really happy about that today.
Very happy.
Now, the national deadlift record here is 341.5. So Abdul is inching his way towards that deadlift record.
Again, strength was not the issue for Abdul today. He has an 800 kilo total in him 100%.
But again, we saw this is only his, I think, third meet when we were looking there. So just a little bit more experience.
And he'll be able to pull it together. Got Jonah on platform 2. And is it a good lift?
And Jonah gets 3 white lights on 250. Now Marcus is coming out. He's stuck with this 250 kilos.
The crowd is getting behind Abdul here.
Let's go, Abdul.
$1 million smile. There it is.
Now, there's probably no better feeling than knowing you've already won and getting to put what you want on the bar. Don't get a lot of opportunities like that.
No, it's a nice feeling. Let's see if he can.
And then
cap
having
off
the
his
whole
day.
room behind you.
100%.
Wow.
Wow.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Beautiful
gonna
pull, Abdul.
say it here. If Abdul stays with the sport and continues to lift, I would expect to see him representing Canada internationally at some point in the future.
Absolutely. Now, Marcus did end up missing that 250 kilo, the 10 kilo jump. So that could potentially open up the bronze
where are
position.
we? We're crunching the numbers as we speak. There is a link to Lifting Cast in the description, but you can follow along yourselves if you try to sort out this picture here. It is very, very tight. We have actually currently a 3-way tie at 6:15. And then we have 625, 630, 647.5. So really, everyone outside of Ethan, I think, has a shot at second or third place here. And that puts the pressure, that successful lift on platform 2. That moved him to 627.5, which temporarily puts him in third place. If Isaac makes this lift, he will take over that third place position. And just like we called it, third deadlifts, every kilogram matters. The head ref wanted to look at Isaac's hands there.
Maybe had some tape.
Might have had something on his hand. All right, Isaac needs this. To move into third, at least temporarily. Okay. The head referee was having none of it, but it is a good lift.
I think she went like this, like she pushed the wrong button.
Okay.
Yeah.
That is a
Long
good
day.
lift. And he is moved into third place, but every single lift coming up has the potential to take that position over. Right now, Nick is sitting in 5th place, but it looks like if he's going 280, he's going to attempt to move into 2nd. And it's tough. I'm looking at the data live when we have 6 lifters competing for a podium. It's tough to see.
Oh, definitely. And I mean, if Nick does make, then we could see Owen go up the 2.5 he needs to tie the total win on body weight.
Exactly. A lot at play here.
Because Owen was like, it was just a little bit of downward motion. It wasn't necessarily strength that he missed that second on. So they do have the opportunity to go up here.
But Nick is risking it a little bit because he's in 5th place right now. He's going for 2nd, but if he misses, he will finish not just 1 spot off the podium, but 2.
Let's go, Nick.
He's betting on himself. Oh.
And just a little bit too much today. Good job, spotters. Making sure the lifters are safe.
You've got to respect the effort. And Owen, interestingly, is actually sitting in 7th.
And this pole could move him to 2nd place.
And this pole will move him to 2nd. That's how close this class is. That is wild. From 7th to 2nd. Oh, but first we have
Let's go, Ethan.
He has already secured 1st place, assuming that Owen doesn't bump up his 3rd. He could. Ooh. What do you think, Danny? A little downward motion?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just needs a little bit more refinement there, and that's going to be a monstrous pull.
Yep. But again.
Now, this is like a high pressure situation
Very
for
high
a lifter
pressure.
to come out and be like, okay, I'm either going to take 7th today or I'm going to take 2nd after already missing a 2nd attempt.
Yeah, this is.
So that's a lot of pressure.
This is where you make a name for yourself. That is. I've never been in a position. Well, one, because I was always deadlifting first, so I didn't have the opportunity to deadlift last. But
Humble.
It's pretty rare to be able to move up so many positions.
Let's
And
go,
he is
Owen.
ready. He is locked in. Can he do it?
He's been a really consistently, technically efficient lifter today, so I'd be happy to see
7th
him get
to 2nd.
this.
Let's go, Owen. Oh,
So close.
so
Wow.
close.
So our underdog story fades away. Ethan does take 1st place overall. In 2nd, Marcus takes it.
Yeah.
So even though he took a risky move on that 3rd pull, it still paid off, being the stronger lifter today. And Isaac takes 3rd.
Yeah. Amazing. Again, We talked about it all day. Every single kilogram matters. If just one of these lifters made one of their earlier attempts, then they very well could have ended up on the podium. That brings us to the end of the first day of the 2025 APU Provincial Powerlifting Championships. I am Adam Maneri, and I've been joined in this session by
Danielle Clavel.
And before we head out, we just have a quick message from our meet director. Thank you so much for watching, and I hope that you tune in tomorrow and Sunday.
Thank you guys for coming and watching day 1 of 2025 APU Provincials. I hope that you enjoyed all the lifting that went on today. Tune in tomorrow for our biggest day with lots of sessions going on with some youth lift